stream, and then I completely lost track of time, so that's fun. Today we are going to be GameMakering. I'm trying to turn GameMaker into a verb. This is my sponsored stream, where GameMaker very kindly is sponsoring me to work on my game, which is nice. And that gives me a chance to show what I'm doing. I'm just sort of setting up a new display capture over here. Because, yeah, there we go. So we've got our regular view, big me view, and when we want to go just screen, mainly for when I need to do a big sneeze, which will happen. Yeah, let me just pop that over there and hide it, and then maybe we'll, when I switch scenes in Streamlabs, it always hides the camera for a second, which is silly. Yeah, so today we're working on Dirt World, which is my game. I'll do what I usually do, which is play the game for a little bit first and talk about it, and that lets people kind of get synced in if they aren't aware of the game and they're coming to the stream for the first time. And then I'm going to be working on some sort of not the most fun features today, but I'll talk you through them in a moment. And I'm going to be putting on the new Lurid Orb album in the background. So this is one of the artists that I've been talking to about maybe doing some music for the game. So I've been using the music as sort of vibe setting when I'm deving. So one of the things I like to do is put music on that I think is representative of the sort of music I would like to have in the final game. So this is Lurid Orb. Look at that lovely album art. I'll be just playing this in the background and turning the game music off for now, because I think this is a very good sort of rough guess at what the game music might sound like in future. My cold is terrible. It hasn't, well, I mean, it's gonna clear up in the next day or so, but yeah, thanks for asking. How are you, Kitten? How is everyone in the chat doing today? I'm just gonna check that I can see all of the chat, because I put it on the multi-stream chat and then it only gives me Twitch or it only gives me YouTube, which is great. You pay for a subscription to a thing and it works half the time. Sid said, when you get to the demo stage, will you post vids about this? Sorry, let me just try and sort the volume out on that, because I can't. I've lost everything on Streamlabs that isn't just like the main window, which is great. I don't have any volume controls or anything at the moment. I'm okay. So I just turn this volume down a little bit, because... Oh, I turned it down on my headphones. Sorry about all of the... juggling a lot of programs today. Let me answer Sid's question first. Will you post vids about this, or will it derail your audience from seeing this as a design-focused channel? I mean, I've been doing devlogs on this, and the reason I haven't done a devlog for a little while is that stuff that I'm doing as I create this game keeps kind of just working its way into other videos. So I'll talk about, you know, I'll make a video talking about a particular design principle, and then a tiny section of that will end up being about what I'm doing in this game. So I've been doing that as I go along. I mean, I will have to post about it a bit, because it would be silly to have a games channel and publish a game and not use it to promote your game. It just doesn't make business sense not to do that. So I will find ways to do it. But one of the things I was thinking of doing is I have loads of older videos that people haven't watched. Like, I've noticed that, because I have a lot of people recently that have gone, oh, I like your new editing style. And I think, well, it's not my new editing style, it's my old editing style. It's the style I stopped doing about 6 months ago because I was tired and I needed to put out more content than I could do. But when I started the channel, it was always this kind of hectic, almost like Channel 4 1990s Brass Eye kind of weird magazine channel. And I kind of wanted to go back to that. So one of the things I've been thinking of doing is taking older videos, chopping them down so they're shorter, and reissuing them. And I might put small interstitial trailers for other things in those videos when I do those reissues. So I don't know. I'm constantly thinking about ways to handle that in a way that feels good. Yeah. Oh, in order to chug 2 litres of coffee, I would need 2 litres of coffee. But yeah, in terms of the music stuff, I have met quite a few artists working in this sort of dungeon synth genre and already sort of started conversations about that, so that's cool. I want to do a Hotline Miami style soundtrack where I get like 20 artists who make a particular subgenre of music and make a soundtrack out of that. So, where are we at? Last Tuesday, in this stream, in the sponsored GameMaker stream, we made bombs. That was the main thing we did. So, you've got bombs that you can use to blow up bits of the environment, which is, you know, pretty standard video game stuff. I'll see if I can find one. I've also, since then, I've been doing some refactoring on the lighting and stuff to make it run a bit better. It's still not perfect. It still kind of gets slow when the game is full. But I've got someone helping me out with some of that. I'm basically booked a contractor in to help me out for a little bit in November with some of that kind of like some of that optimization stuff that is like working at such a low level that I don't really understand the engine enough to do it. I'm just looking for a bomb so you can see the bomb. But you will, those of you with cunning eyes will have noticed that there's also some TNT in the environment as well now. So we've got bombs and we've also got explosive blocks. And so far that's working pretty well with like the core idea of the game. I'm not even sure if that will set the TNT off yet. I haven't really tuned the interactions between them. No, it just blew the TNT up rather than causing a chain. So there's a TNT block under here, but that will go away if I use that door. Yeah, that's what we did last week. And then I've done quite a lot since then. And one of the things I've been working on is the sort of part of the long-term kind of progression loop, I guess. I just need to find a piece of fruit. So part of the premise of this game is you're working for a wizard who may or may not be an evil wizard, and you're going out and collecting treasure for him and then going home and taking the treasure back. But you're also taking him food. So there's like this weird kind of cozy cooking element to the strange horror platformer. And so we take a food item back and we throw it to him, and basically the previous idea was that he will remember the last 5 things you gave him and he'll reward you based on that. But I couldn't think of a way, that's quite a confusing system, and I couldn't think of a good way to sort of telegraph it and make it make sense. So what I'm doing instead is a lot simpler. I'm just going to have a checklist of food items, and if you bring him back something he hasn't had in your course of playing the game, then he'll reward you, and if you bring back something that he has had, then he'll get angry with you, right? So it is a little bit trapdoor. A couple of people have mentioned that this kind of reminds them of the 80s claymation trapdoor. I think that was a big subconscious influence, and I did actually play the game with that when I was a kid as well. But I thought this was a funny way to have a sort of kind of cozy food making related element that wasn't to do with danger or peril in a otherwise quite dark looking game. And yeah, I think just having a checklist of items you've brought back versus haven't is going to be simpler. It's a bit more like collecting all the fossils in Animal Crossing. So what I'm going to do is this area, the Wizard's Castle, isn't really built yet. As you can tell, it's just a big old rectangle. But we're going to have a chef with a kitchen with some little goblin chefs in. And we're going to have like a checkboard at the back wall that has things ticked off when you've brought them back. And that will be one of the kind of ways that players in the game can see their progression, right? They'll be able to see how many of the food items they've brought back to the castle, and that will be one of their ways of telegraphing to the player what their progression through the game is. That will reward them these blue crystals, which allow them to upgrade their health and how many keys they start off with and get them extra rooms in their deck and stuff like that. That's all stuff I have yet to build. But yeah, for this, I've currently set it so he's already had one of these pieces of fruit. So if I throw it to him, it will show you what... This is what he'll do if you bring him back something twice. He's not happy about it. And then he'll say something smarmy of like, why do you always get it wrong, or something like that. So if I take him back something that he hasn't had, because I've defaulted it to have him think that he's already had some berries. If I take him back a carrot, he'll be all right about that because he hasn't had a carrot yet in this playthrough. So if I throw him a carrot, he just gives me a crystal instead. He's fine with that. And then he might say some sort of like backhanded compliment, like, oh, I suppose you're not completely useless, or something like that. That's his vibe, right? He's just like the David Brent of the wizard world, the worst boss you could imagine. So now it should now have recorded that he's had a carrot. So if we go back and give him a carrot now, then you should explode it. If I can find a carrot, that's the quest for the carrot. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I couldn't get back from there. The fog in the... Yeah, the green rooms have this... It's basically the fog that in the green rooms, the very light fog comes out of the trees. Which doesn't make any sense, but it works. It's just my way of localizing it in those green rooms. Okay, so we take a carrot back now. We fly through the ether. Oh, we don't fly through the ether because we didn't get any coins. And he's not happy about that. He blows the carrot up. That animation could use some finesse, but I spent about like half an hour on it yesterday, and I think it's pretty good for a first pass. So that's kind of the medium-term loop of the game, is like going out into the game world, cooking food, and bringing it back to him. And I'll just do like a quick... I was going to do like a quick sort of economy map of this, really, so that people can understand it and see how I think through these things. I'll just... I suppose I can just copy the art bits from here. Crystal. It's getting a bit Enya now, this music. So, we've got crystals in the game. We've got coins. Now, the crystals are what we'd call a progression currency. So in a lot of like free-to-play games and stuff, this would be stars. Like, you get stars to unlock the next bit of the game. So I would call this a progression currency. And then we've got our kind of coins, which are basically score, really. You can use them in a level. You can spend them on relics to make your run easier, but generally speaking, they're a score. And every 100 of these gets you a crystal. I haven't actually used Canva as a flowchart before, so let's see how well it works. I realized I was using all these other programs like Mural and Miro for flowcharting, and I have Canva, and I might as well just use Canva. Okay, so... Where's the arrows on my... Oh, there it is. Is there an arrow on it now? It's so small. There we go. So every 100 coins you collect in a level gets you a crystal at the end of a level. And the reason I did it that way using rounding is basically it means that if you get 99, then you feel like you failed. And if you get like 150, you kind of think, oh, I might as well carry on playing and try and get 200. So having that mechanic of rounding up one resource into another and losing the remainder is meant to encourage a particular type of player behavior where they take more risks and stuff like that because they want to get more stuff. So that's kind of the thinking behind that is, you know, we've got a rounding of one thing into another, and that encourages you to play in a particular way. So that is your kind of main way of getting crystals, and the further you advance through the game, the more keys you have, the better rooms you have, and the more kind of like roguelike type knowledge you have of the game and its systems, the more money you will earn each time. So when you're first playing, you might only get 2 or 3 crystals each run. Later on, you might be getting them in the thousands, depending on how good you get at the game. And then the other way we get crystals is through feeding the wizard, which sounds like a euphemism. Let's use a pie as our quintessential food item, mainly because I'm quite a fan of how that came out. So you've got the kind of cooking mechanics. I'm taking you through this in as much detail as I can, because in a minute, what I'm going to be doing for most of this stream, I think, is working out how to communicate a lot of this to the player. Because this already happens, right? This already happens, and giving food to the wizard already gives you a crystal. That already happens in the game, but we don't really have anything to actually give you the feedback apart from, like, the obvious thing of it happening. We need a better way. You see, a sprite has no eyes because I actually draw the eyes on as a separate thing to make them follow you around, because I thought it would be creepy. This is the wizard. So in this version, and I guess if we want to make this feel more complete, this is our portal that ends the level, right? So if I'm thinking of this as a full economy flow, it seems a bit silly to call it that, but let's go with it. In all of these instances, we have to actually finish the level and get home, which is probably a little bit punishing, and probably why this game probably wouldn't qualify as a cozy game, because it's just a bit too high stakes. So we get 100 coins, we finish the level and return home, and we get a crystal for every 100 coins. And finishing the level and returning home is made more difficult if you don't build your level well, right? Which is where our kind of our room drafting stuff and our platformer fit together. And then we've got you cook food, and there's only ever one item you can actually carry back with you, and that goes to him. And I'll put this guy over here because he's kind of relevant to this. And then you will get, I don't know, let's say it's like between 1 and 10 crystals per item. Like, if you just take him back a carrot you found in the ground, he's not going to be that impressed. But if you bake him a pie, or make him an omelette, or a Scotch egg, then you're going to get more crystals. Now, what this does in terms of the overall game economy is, and again, this is all me just hypothesizing, but I think it's pretty simple, really. This is an unlimited resource that you can always get, right? So you could always get more crystals along the top path, but this is a limited resource. Hi, Javi. Yeah, we're doing good. I'm just trying to do some, like, sort of visual plotting before we get into the actual programming today, because otherwise people won't really understand what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. So we're gaining our crystals, which are our progression currency. So these are our resources from the resources gained from level, right? And these are our progression currency. I'm not sure I like the design of those crystals yet. I'm thinking of making them pink and have loads of kind of glow around them. I think the turquoise looks a bit dead, but... And then the things that that's currently spent on are... You get more keys, which makes the game generally easier because that kind of limits your range within the game. And a lot of games have this. If you think of like games like Subnautica, like survival crafting games, you're gradually increasing the range of how far you can go in the level by increasing things like your, you know, it might be your oxygen in Subnautica, it might be your carry weight in an RPG, but you're increasing your kind of range of how far you can go into the game. Unlocks for range survival, and these become increasingly more expensive, right? So you would unlock these, and then you basically make the game easier, but they become harder to afford. Let me just... Maybe we can put another line here. Let's put a line there, so we're joining those together. There we go. So that's our unlocks that basically mean that you can last longer in a level, right? How do I make the line thicker? That's the one we want. And then these ones down here, which haven't been implemented yet. But this will be the stuff that actually leads to the end state of the game, so... just to give an example... These blue rooms are basically the unlocks, the larger cost unlocks that change the deck that you're playing with throughout the game. So these are the kind of deck building of adding new rooms to the game. And as you can see, they're a bit more sci-fi. They look a bit more like something out of Metroid or Sonic or something like that. So we start with this kind of dark, cutesy fantasy. And as the game goes on, we use the crystals to unlock more of these. And that gives you kind of a really kind of simple decision after each run of which kind of area to spend the crystals in. Do I spend it on like the basic make your game easier stuff, or do I spend it on the make your game more interesting and advanced towards the end type thing? And this bit isn't implemented at all yet. I've got some of these rooms, so some of the content's already there, but the actual system to spend crystals to add rooms into the deck isn't there yet, and I'm still thinking about how to achieve that. But in terms of this is the line that we're focusing on today here. This green line. And as I say, it already works, right? You can take an item of food back through the portal, you can give it to the wizard. The wizard will register whether or not he's had that item before, and if he's had it before, he will play that animation you just saw and like blow it up with laser beams. It's kind of like, you know, The Devil Wears Prada, but you are the assistant to a wizard instead of a fashionista. And that doesn't really have any negative consequence apart from the fact that you feel a bit silly and you've wasted your chance to bring back something. And then if he hasn't had it and he wants that item, he will give you a number of crystals depending on how difficult that item is to get. So like the milk that the goats produce would be like a medium range item in terms of its value, because it takes a couple of actions to produce, and you can't just find it around the world, but it's not as difficult as finding two particular items and getting them to a cauldron to make a piece of food. So I'd set this as the rough range for now, and I can edit that later on. I've already set the data up so it's easy to edit, but what we really need is some sort of messaging here so that the player knows what they've already done. So what I've got in the game already that is similar to that will probably base today's work off of. So just if I press my L1, this is the menu that I built before for the relic book. And so the way that this currently works is when we pick up a relic, if we've not had it before, let me see if I can find one. Hang on. This might take me a minute. I still have some stuff where you can accidentally push jars into yourself and hurt yourself, which is not ideal, but I'm also not fixing it right now because it's a bit trivial and it doesn't really harm the experience that much. There are certain rooms that have a relic in them that you can see from the little pink question mark. Like there's one there. So that's got the egg timer in. But I need a way to get through that lock. Sorry. Sean, I'll get to your question in a minute. It's a good question. Okay, so I picked up that relic, and now if I open up the relic thing, we've got it there, and it says the ovum of Kronos, monster eggs take longer to hatch. And it's got that little alert to let us know that it's a new relic that we've not seen before, so you might want to pay attention to this and check it out. It's a bit janky, that menu, but I think it's okay. It's kind of giving slightly wonky Stardew Valley vibes. And then if I leave the level, so I lose my relics, because they're kind of like relics in Slay the Spire, they just kind of follow you for that run. Then it's no longer there, but we can see the graphic now and it still tells us what it does. So that's kind of how the relic system works. And what I want to do today is take the layout of this menu, where we've got, I don't know, 6 rows. And I want to create a similar menu where we can feed in all of the food items and lay them out this way and then kind of tick them off if you've got them. But instead of it being in a book, I don't want it to be something that the player checks all the time. I want it to be on the wall in the kitchen, right? So we have a kind of diegetic thing of like going to see the kitchen, going to see the little goblins that work in the kitchen, and you can see the food items on the wall. And then what I'm going to do is have a similar thing in the game world, in the actual levels, but the kitchen that you build in here will have the same thing on the wall as well. And that will kind of give me 2 places to use that. I also kind of like, I was thinking about what the blueprints does well, and one of the things it does is it sort of ekes out a lot of the knowledge that you need to play the game is kind of part of the content of the rooms, and I kind of want to do that as well. So having the kitchen as the place you go to remind yourself of which food you should be making, I think makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to do the same thing with the library as well. So at the moment, the library just gives you these maps that shuffle the gold rooms into your deck that give you like much kind of higher stakes little challenges to do. But eventually I want the library to have a random selection of maps and like little notes that give you bits of lore or some sort of riddle about how to do a particular thing in the game. Again, that's the sort of stuff that's on my backlog, and it's not difficult to implement, but I've been putting it off because I'm either doing fun stuff to try and make the kind of core of running around building things and blowing them up to be fun, or stuff like we're going to do today, which is much more core to just giving the player a goal and making the overall game make sense. So that's kind of our focus today. We had a blowing stuff up week last week when I built these bombs, and the bombs aren't perfect yet, but they have added quite a bit to the game. The fuse seems so long when you're waiting for it. And yeah, today is about trying to close the loop a little bit on the main game and the progression by making the cooking stuff make sense. And food has quite a lot of uses in this now. You can eat it yourself to get health back. You can take it back to the wizard, or you can sell it to merchants that spawn in the game to get more coins. So we've got quite a lot of decision points there, even though it's quite a simple thing. Squilpy said you could have different tiers of crystals for like 1 value, 5 value, and 10 value. Yeah, maybe. I think that's something that will come out in the wash as the game progresses, because basically I haven't got to the point yet where I've implemented a save system and I can get a feel for what it's like to play the game in a kind of more stretched out period of time, but we may get to a stage where those crystals are in the hundreds and we need stuff like that. Sean said you've worked at mobile free-to-play studios. I've only really worked at free-to-play studios. When you were working through design concepts to do with the economy, how much of the UX responsibility was on you versus someone specifically employed for UX? It depends on the company. I would say I've worked at 3 companies, and the last one was big free-to-play studio, like a really established one. And that everyone was very specialized. So in the team I was at there, it was a sub-team that just dealt with live events on the game. So it wasn't even like game design. It was game design for a specific area of the game. And then within that team, there was a UI designer, an artist, and a UX designer, and a game designer. So that meant that if we were working on something new, some of the UX stuff would just be like suggestions that come from game design and project management to the UX designer, and then the UX designer works within that remit. The other two studios I worked at were much smaller startups, and that meant that when you're a game designer in a smaller startup, it tends to mean that you do everything that isn't code or something that someone can see, right? So if there are wireframes to be made for a menu, and you are a designer at a smaller studio with like 10 employees, you're probably the person that's going to end up doing them. That was my experience anyway. I like the idea of it being a chalkboard, Scorpy. I might style it as a chalkboard, but I think I want the items to look like they do, because it's going to be a bit confusing if we make them look too different. So to start off, I'm going to get the relic book up and use that as our starting point, sprite-wise. But I'm going to cut it in half. And then we're going to see how big it is in the world, and then we'll start from there. Food board. Let's call it the food board. See, this is a whole screen. This is the only time I don't make my art in the GameMaker editor. When I'm working on something like this, I tend to use the tablet instead. So I think that's roughly the size. Yeah, it is difficult, that kind of stuff. I think the trick is just to start off with thumbnail sketches, so you're not jumping straight to like the final idea. You do like a couple, so you can sort of play around with different information hierarchies and stuff. I should probably... Oh... How mathematical do we want to be with this? I've done okay so far with just not quite doing things to math. I can't words today. I can't even words. But maybe I should make this a multiple of 24 just to make the math easier. Words are hard. I mean, the first studio I worked at, Ella, the workflow was so weird because we were using Adobe Animate. I mean, it wasn't even Animate. Adobe Animate had come out, and we were still using an old version of Flash because all of the studio's workflow was like, you build stuff in Flash, and then the coders convert it into Coco's 2D from the Flash files. So yeah, there we were. The designers and artists were building stuff Almost in final art, actually, before coders got their hands on it. And then the last one, the second to last place I was at was the Roblox studio. So there we had, it was reasonably simple for non-technical people to do certain things in the engine before anyone else coded it, but it just depended on the project, really. We tended to do like Figma wireframes there, but whether what got implemented looked like the wireframes just depended on who was doing it a lot of the time. Words hard, math hard. Yep. These are hard things. It's almost like they're the basic foundations of being able to do anything in the world. There we go. There's our basic blackboard. That will do for now. And then we will make... I'm going to treat this as a piece of GUI, even though it's in the world. So it's like a diegetic UI, object food board. We'll just see how big that is when we go into the game, because that's going to... You always want to see things in context, test things in context really quickly. So if I just put this into the kitchen room, this room is probably not big enough for that, actually. So let's see. Almost. It's almost big enough. Let's make the kitchen room bigger. What rooms do I have that are that shape? Okay, I think maybe if we want this to fit into a normal size room, I'm going to have to take a little bit of... I have to take one square off it. That'll do. Okay, so it fits in the refectory, which is one of our food-related rooms, so we probably want one there. We want one in the kitchen. And actually, I think if I just move the cauldron down, let it take up the whole wall like that. It's a bit janky, but it fits. And then because a lot of my objects get loaded into the game through the room loader, which is a plugin that Gleb from the GameMaker community not only made but also showed me how to use, which was very nice. What I need to do is I need to make sure that when they load in, they go to the right layer in the room. So a lot of my objects have a piece of code that just tells them when they spawn, hey, you should be on this layer, because the game is built in a very strange way. And then I will put a similar one here. I have a layer called passables, which is for objects that should be behind the player but in front of these back walls. Why are you there? You should be on top of that. You can go next to it. There we go. And then we'll get that food board. Don't know all my functions, so I'm just gonna copy that. So whenever a food board is created, it will be forced onto the passables layer. And I'm not even going to test that in the engine yet, because it will be a waste of time, because it should just work. And just to make this easier to test, we will put it in the main test room as well. Be back in a second. I'm going to go and blow my nose. Might have to do that every half hour or so. We're going to get through this. So, I'm not sure how helpful it is going to be to try and go through the code for the relic book, because I think I did it in a particular way that's quite outdated. So, we're going to have a look at the way that the food items are stored. This is all new, so this is my old data set for saving the prices of food for when you sell them. And this will be going soon. This is sort of interstitial, because I've replaced all of that with a struct. And if you're in the GameMaker community, you will know everyone's very excited about structs. We didn't have structs until recently. And now, any time in your code, when you don't use a struct when you should, everyone gets very angry and comes along and is like, I'm going to beat you up because you should have used a struct for that. So I'm trying to get in the habit of using structs. That's not true, by the way. Everyone in the GameMaker community is lovely and really helpful. But structs are a little bit difficult to get your head around with, because they don't relate to anything you can see in the GameMaker IDE, right? GameMaker IDE has a very sort of, here's a list of assets, here's the objects, it's loosely object oriented and stuff, and then we have structs that are like lightweight objects, and in order to understand them, you sort of need to understand them at a broader computer science level, which is, I don't know, the reason I use GameMaker in the first place is because it doesn't require me to do any of that stuff, but I understand the benefits of using them, so I'm trying to learn to use them. But it is kind of like a step up from what I've been doing up to this point, which is just using the tools in front of me to try and make a thing the best I can. But once you get into this more advanced stuff, you do have to use it. Hi, Cool Breeze. Yeah, I'm hoping that once I've got rid of this lurgy, then I'll be good for the rest of the winter. Fabian, good luck. Good luck on the release in a week. So this is the struct for all of the food data. It saves the name of the food, which we're probably not going to use anywhere, the sprite, how many crystals it gives us, how many coins it gives us if it's sold to a merchant in the level, whether the gnome wants it, whether the hunter wants it. So we have two different merchants that can spawn. The gnome is a vegetarian, and the hunter just basically buys anything that involves you killing a monster, right? So they want you to kill loads of monsters, bring them the dead monsters back and stuff like that. There's some intricacies to that I'm going to need to fix, because sometimes when I kill a monster, the dead object counts as a piece of meat, but it doesn't have the same sprite, but I'll deal with that later. And then there's whether the wizard wants it, which starts as true for most of them, and you can see I've set it as false for fruit, but that was because I was testing that little animation where he gets annoyed and blows the food up. And then how many HP it gives you if you eat it. And some of these have -1, so an egg, a monster egg, isn't edible unless you cook it. So that gives you -1. It doesn't actually take a health off, it just prevents you from eating it. I think having an eat button and letting people eat food that is poisonous without clearly indicating it's poisonous is just trollish. Kind of reminds me of... I remember when I was a kid, my older siblings lived in a place like a shared flat, and I went to visit them, and they had... Someone was playing Prince of Persia on a black and white TV, and there's these potions in the original Prince of Persia that you can pick up and drink, and some of them are green and poisonous, and some of them are health. And obviously that's a really good game to play on a black and white TV for that reason. So yeah, what we're doing with this data list is we want to get every item from this struct and draw the sprite for it onto the board. I don't really care what order they're drawn on the board. We just want to draw the sprite, and then if wizard wants is false, then we draw a little tick next to it, and that shows us that we've already given him one of them and he doesn't want one anymore. And I think I have a function somewhere that was for going through a struct and picking... Yeah, it's this one. Oh, this is the stuff that's not fun to stream. Okay. So, struct for each goes through this struct, which in this case would be food list, and does this method. And in this case, the method is adding the things to this list. And it's only doing it if these things are true. I think I can work with that. I think if I take that and I go over to the food board object that we made, and we don't need this to update constantly, so I'm gonna put it in the step event, but then later we'll time slice it so it's not updating all the time. So for each food list, and we'll do served food. This is the name of the list we're making. And we're looking for stuff that the... I think we're looking for stuff that the wizard wants. So let me just... I'm trying to get better at like using the windows to go up and down between things. Trying to just get, you know sometimes you realize that the tool you're using, you don't use it in the best way, and you need to sort of learn some tricks of the UX to use it better. One of the things I'm trying to get used to is, instead of typing in a search every single time I want to switch between things, to just set them up like this so I can do this. Right, we're looking for the wizard wants variable. So I think we're going to make two lists, and desired food. Or two arrays. They're two arrays, they're not lists. Pick from 1, pick from 2. So if we do this... I mean, we could probably do this in the same function, but my brain is only so awake, so let's separate it out. So I'll just comment this. Take all of the food items the wizard has previously been given, put them in the served food array. Take all of the food items the wizard hasn't been given yet, put them in the desired food array. Yeah, Binding of Isaac is pretty cruel with its not giving you information on stuff when you collect it. But that fits the tone of the game, right? It is a tonally cruel game, so you can do that. I think that's really a thing that's worth thinking about. Like, even if you're not like a massive art head, whatever you do with your art and your world building and your story is going to create expectations about the mechanics in terms of like how the player is treated in terms of things like fairness and stuff. And the thing about Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy is they are sort of like raucously cruel in how they treat their player character in the kind of story and theme level, and that means that they can kind of get away with being a bit nastier mechanically, I think. Okay, so we've got our food board. That has all the information it needs. I think. And then what we would need to do is pull out the sprites for each of those things. So we're going to do this we're going to move this to the draw event because that's where it will be happening. Then we need to go through the array, step through the array, and pick out each sprite and draw it onto the thing, and then work out how to grid it as well. I am going to look in the relic book and see how I did it there, because I did some... That was like... The first time I had to take a bunch of stuff and put it on a grid for this game. It might have some insights. Oh no, it's in the... I think it's in the GUI. Oh, GUI manager, I was hoping I never had to look in you again. So this is... If the global state is not relic book, okay, if the global state is relic book, we set a bunch of variables to do with the gridding and the padding and all of that kind of stuff. We create the draw relics list, we pick things, we push them to an array. That works differently. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's because yeah, okay, forget about that. It's using a different data method that we don't need to think about right now. We don't need to put a cursor on the grid, so we've got a much simpler grid this time. Okay, yeah. I don't think that's going to be that helpful. When did I... So there's so many things that I don't really know the syntax for off the top of my head that I always have to just go and look back into the bunch of stuff I've been doing recently to find it all. Let's go to Lighting Manager. That's the last time I had to do this. Okay. How do I find the... Oh. It's called a length if it's an array, and it's called a size if it's a list, of course. So we're doing serve food. Okay. Problem is, I don't know how to go from the reference in the list to the item in the struct to get the sprite out of the item in the struct. And I know I can work this out, but I'm just trying to work out where I've done something like this before. Where have I done something like this before? Have fun getting stabbed in both arms. I don't know what that means, but I have to do this again, don't I? Oh, hang on. I think I... Oh no. There might be a simpler way to do what I'm trying to do. Right. So what I'm trying to do is... This is all in the wrong place. This shouldn't all happen in the draw event of the food board, but we'll move that later. We're making an array of all of the food that we've previously served to the wizard and all of the food that we've yet to serve to the wizard. Then we are going through the array of served food and just printing the sprites on the board. They're not going to be properly gridded yet. They'll just go out in a line. And the idea is that eventually we'll get those in a grid, we'll put a little tick next to the ones that are served, and then the ones you haven't served yet will follow after. So we need to sort of like get a grid position, draw the sprite into it, work out which one we should be on, and then go from one array to the next. There's probably an easier way to do it, but at least doing it this way sorts it so that all of the stuff you've ticked off is at the start, and then all of the stuff that you've not. I guess a way of doing it would be to put all of the food into one array, save the length of that array to say how many of the items are previously served so they can get their tick, and then add the other items to the same array, and then draw from all the same array and then put the ticks in based on the number variable, which is probably how I'm going to do it. But I want to see if this works at all and doesn't crash first. Just nothing on the list. But that's because we haven't given the wizard anything. So if I go and give him something, maybe it will... Nope. It's not on there. Okay. What was the piece of code I was looking in? Yeah, that's true. This is the kind of job though that is so data heavy, and I don't I'm gonna be like fumbling around trying to work out how to do this for a little while, because this kind of stuff is not my comfort area at all. I haven't done array push. Maybe that's a problem here. So yeah, I know it's not going to make as much sense for it to sort of arrange itself in a neat order, but I think it's going to be easier for me to implement, and because this is a weak area for me, I'm going to have to just go with what's easy. Oh, there we go. It's working. It's working at a fundamental level. So you can already see that we're going to need a bigger board. Even if I draw them smaller, even if I put them in a grid, we probably need the board to be twice the width. Well, that's okay. I could work with that. And then we need a tick. So let's go into our UI folder and see the style we've done the other UI things in, so I can work out the tick. Close the audio folder because it's massive. Okay, I'm just going to try and match this style. We want like a... Actually, a better way to do this would probably be to copy one of the food items. And so if I go to the egg, one of these, move that over into the GUI sprites, and then from here I can draw it on here and it should be lined up with the food items when it draws. That's probably a better way of doing it. Okay, so we still want to be able to see the item underneath, so we want to do that kind of thing. That's a pretty good first attempt. Move that up there. I'll do some of that kind of outlining. Do the basic outlining for legibility, and then we'll come back and zhuzh it up later. That can be my brain relaxation after we get the nasty coding bit of this out of the way. If I just go into back into my economy, and I will set some lies. I'll say that the wizard has already had some fruit and an egg, and then we can get the food board to respond to that, even if it's not really true. Then we just draw the food board tick if the item that we're drawing is a lower number than the number we've saved here as served. That should do it, I think. So that should be 2. We should see 2 items with ticks. It's including the pi, so that's supposed to be just a less than and not an equals. Whew. Okay. Cool. That's not bad. It doesn't look great, but it will do for now. And then I'm going to make the board twice as long. And then we're going to work out some padding and location stuff and all the UI dev stuff that I absolutely hate, which is basically just tweaking tiny numbers over and over again and running it because there's no way to view it without doing that. Okay, food board sprite. I think maybe I can get away with shrinking them down a little bit though, so maybe we don't need to make it massive. Let's just add... So someone told me before you could just... Apparently you can just add stuff on here and it does it, but it doesn't seem to do it consistently, or maybe it was a feature that was removed or something. Let's add 72, so let's add 3 more squares. I hate how much UI dev is just eyeballing things and tweaking them. Let's try shrinking them first and see how it goes. I'm not a pixel art purist on this project. I can't afford to be, so I don't really care what happens to the art when it gets shrunk and enlarged, unless it looks really bad. I don't really care about... Okay, so that's not super legible, but we might be able to make it legible. I'm also doing stuff with posterized effects that sort of crunches some of the art down to whatever scale you're looking at it anyway. So let me just create a variable for that so I can play around with it. Yeah, Scorpy, I totally agree with you that that would be better. But the problem is that the way that I'd be required to read the data in order to make that happen is just beyond my brain at the moment. So I'm going to do a best efforts attempt using this method, and then I might change it to doing that later on. But the way you're describing it is better from a user experience point of view, and I totally agree with you. But this area of programming is so outside my wheelhouse that I need to just get something functional in place. And this is one of... Like, I've got the bigger problem of doing the deck building part, which is going to need more work. And I've only got November to get that done in, so... This bit I need to just do the easiest way. Even if it's not the best way. But yeah, I sort of totally agree that there is a better way of doing it. I just... We're getting the medieval party jams now. I'll turn that up a bit. The track is called Killing a Jewel Wielder. What an amazing name. My goal is to make a public alpha for December, so... I'm using these sponsored streams as a way of forcing myself to get the game into a particular state. And the particular state I want it in by that stage is save games, some form of progression where you can kind of play for a few sessions and feel like you're getting somewhere. I think you should always think about release dates, but you shouldn't necessarily think about commercial release dates. When you're early in a game, you should be thinking about, like, when am I going to release a playtesting version of the game in order to validate the game to work out whether the game is worth doing a commercial release, right? And you should have a release date for that. That's what I'm doing at the moment. Like, I haven't already pre-decided that I'm going to do a commercial release of this game. I don't think anyone should make games like that. I think that's a bad way of making games. If you were running a studio, you would make several prototypes and you would try and validate each one, and then you would go into production with the one that performed the best. So I know there's a lot of culture on YouTube that is like, just ship something, it's good practice, and I understand where that is coming from, and I think maybe it is good advice in some circumstances, but I'm an advocate for people making good games rather than just releasing whatever they make. And I understand that finishing and releasing things is a sort of skill in its own right, and you need to practice it. I think, Derek, you wrote a very good hang on. Derek, you wrote a very good thing on that. I'm just trying to find the link to it. It's a Tumblr post. But yeah, I don't start making games with the assumption that I'm going to release them. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to... Okay, I know what we're going to do. Because I know deep down that Scorpio's right. So we're going to make two lists, right? We're going to make food board list sprites. We're going to make food board list ticks. And we're going to go through... We're going to go through the food list. We're going to get rid of this. Just going to haphazardly delete that. We're going to go through the food list, and we're going to... Oh, I don't know how to do this with two things. Oh, it's okay. I'll still have to do two functions. So the thing is, I've only started using custom functions in the last like 2 months, so my brain isn't really wrapped around them in a very good way yet. We're going to go through the food list, and we're not going to do an if here. We're just going to push to the food list the sprite of each item, which might be a bit wasteful, but whatever. Target.sprite. And then we're going to do the same thing with a second array, and we're gonna save the ticks to this one. This was wizard. So that's going to save this. The first list is going to save the list of sprites. The first array is going to save the sprites. The second array is going to save true or false states of whether the wizard wants it or not. And that should give us what we need to do it in a non-sorted order. This will have to yeah, this doesn't, at the moment it's running in the draw event, but we will move it eventually. It will end up needing to update after you give the wizard a piece of food, but even then I could just make it update on like a particular call or something. That's fine. Don't need that. Okay, so it's drawing them. It's not drawing the ticks because I've put the wrong array name there. Oh yeah, it's working. There we have it. Everyone can go home now. We're all done. Let's try making them bigger and closer together. So we'll go up to 0.8. Var gap equals. One of the beneficial things about streaming while you dev is so often exactly what happened with Squilpy there. It's like you're being the voice of user experience and being like I know it's probably better that way, because then things are always in the same place. I do wonder what the ordering is there, because it's not the order that I put them in the struct. It's not alphabetical. But I don't really care as long as it stays the same and is consistent. It's not like we're not making like a big recipe book where you like click through categories or anything like that. Okay, so let's get the top left one in the right place and then go from there. Because then we can work out how many we can fit in a row, and I can start doing the math to work out how to make it go down onto the next row and stuff. You can see how irregularly drawn my sprites are on the actual grid because of how low the carrot is. And the juice is sort of floating up in there. But hey, this is a chalkboard drawn by goblins. Yeah, backseat designing is quite helpful though, isn't it? Because ultimately this is why design and implementation of split functions in larger teams, because the programmers will often opt to do the thing that's easier to engineer rather than what is better for the game. That's why I try and do as much of my design away from the computer as possible. You know, I just go and walk around the park and shout at myself about golems and wizards. Because then when you come back to the machine, you've made a decision about how the game is going to be, and your programmer brain is out of the way, and you can actually make the decision that's best for the player rather than the thing that you want to, the way you want to do it, because it's easier to implement. We can just about fit 9 in, but let's go for 1, 2, 3. Let's go for 8 with a bit more padding. So I'll increase the gap. Yeah, that's, and again, that's not hating on programmers at all. That's just, it's just a natural thing. You kind of want your tech department to try and do things the efficient way. And also, it kind of forces your design function to think through whether the thing you're doing is really, really valuable to the overall design. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That gives us 2 rows. That gives me enough space to have like 2 more rows of dishes. So I've got 16 food items to collect in the game. And that allows me scope to have 32 if I do it that way. Or maybe up to 40 if I squish everything down a bit more. I think that's fine. What should we call this? I appreciate that, Logan. Thank you for dropping in. I think it's definitely a learning style thing, because there's a lot of people that get very, very annoyed with the way that I do YouTube. I've realized what it is, though. I think people come in with expectations based on everything else they've watched. So they want every piece of content they consume to fit a particular mold. And if it's not the same as what they're used to, they get really annoyed with you sometimes, because they're not very flexible about what they want out of YouTube. And I just have to live with that, really. So I appreciate that you feel that way. It's good to know. Okay, so this draw event is pretty much the same in terms of the X and Y locations as the first one. And then the first one, I just need to... Maybe I do a little bit more variable setting here. Okay, so if we're on item 9 and we divide that by 8, we will get, and I ground that. Is that ground? Floor it, sorry. If we're on item 8 and we round it by 8, that's no good, is it? We need... I'm trying to work out how to set this row variable based on... So if we want to work out what the row is, what we're saying, use modulo. So I is the current object in the array that we've got up to, the current item. We modulo that by the maximum. How does that help though? Because that, do I want the remainder? I mean... Let's try this then. So X origin point plus this. Y origin point plus that. Oh, I've used col for color and column. That's funny. Color. There we go. Let's see if that does anything. The ticks won't have moved, but I don't care about them yet. Oh, look. How lovely. It's because I haven't incremented it, isn't it? It's funny. Okay. Maybe that's it. I don't know. My brain not brain good today. Way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something's happening funny over here. It's created an indentation, but we're nearly there. These go down here. Is it some sort of weird rounding thing? No, that doesn't do anything. Swap the order of these? Could it be something as simple as that? It was something as simple as that. I don't know why. I don't care to find out. That will do. It works. I've grayed the ones that are ticked as well, so they're a little bit less prominent. It just works. That's why I love programming. It's not like doing math where you have to actually get the thing right. You just brute force it into being right, and then you go, I don't know. It's great. This is what math feels like. Now, maybe we can make them look a little bit more drawn on. Yes. Never touch this again. It simply works. I think we did pretty well. I think this isn't the most elegant way this would have been done. But I think if I come back to this later on, I will be able to read it and work it out. People say GameMaker coders just make a bunch of if statements nested in each other. I only see... how many ifs can you see? See one. Two ifs. Cool. So the thing I like about this is it's now set me a restriction of 32 food items. Which isn't probably how you should work, but I think the earlier you lock in design constraints, the quicker you will make progress on your game, because you say, right, I'm only doing 8 of these, I'm only doing 5 of these. And as long as those don't clash too much with what players would expect, right? Like, if you make a, I don't know. Players have expectations about types of content and how much of something there should be. Like, how many levels should a type of game have? Or how many cards should a card game have? And stuff like that. As long as your constraints don't clash too much with that, then you're okay. Sometimes you need constraints just to say, okay, I will not make more than X of these. And that interface design has made that choice for us now. I quite like that. So let's go. Let's see if it works now. So the system starts off believing that the wizard has already had a purple berry and a egg. Let's take him a glowberry. It's just a rarer type of berry. Occasionally the berries just swap out for them. I wanted to make a bioluminescent berry. There we go. It ticks itself off. We go back into the game. There it is. Still there. Still remembered. Not remembered in a save file. But that's something I might start working on in the next week or so. I was talking to someone about this at the weekend, about how sometimes when we estimate how difficult a task is going to be for us, we're sort of stuck in the mentality of thinking that we are who we were a couple of years ago or something. So you always, like, I don't know, if you're like me, then you probably just always think, oh, that thing will take me days, and then you do it and it takes you 45 minutes. Just looking at my to-do list. One of the things you might have noticed if you've been following this game as well is I've added a lot more rooms that have more of a castle-y shape to it, because it just gives it a much stronger sense of place. So yeah, now I'm gonna make sure that that fits in the rooms that we've put it in. So I might have to make them bigger. I didn't really want to make this particular room bigger because I wanted my gold rooms to all be this size and shape. I think we won't have to change it. I think that's okay. But I might have to make the kitchen a bit bigger. So what I'm going to do is get rid of this smaller kitchen. Just going to rename that to delete. And then I'll take all of the stuff that's currently in here. That and oh. And we're going to change this out because that's the facade for don't want any of that stuff. Because the kitchen is a grey room. I could use the library facade in the kitchen and it could be full of cookbooks, but maybe that's not very sensible. There we go. These are just our backdrops. They let the game know whether we're in a room or not. That's kind of all they're doing at a mechanical level. And they also... where's that food board gone? They let us know whether we're in a room or not when we're checking certain things with the game engine. And... it's on the floor, yeah. And they also sort of pick up certain colour lights, so they're dark most of the time, and then when you're nearby them they're a little bit lighter. And yeah, they just give some vibiness. Gonna get rid of that door because I don't want the kitchen to have an extra door. It's a sort of room you build for utility, so it doesn't give you kind of maneuverability by giving you another door. You are building it for different reasons. And then if we go back to... this should be called RM Kitchen now. And the room loader will handle everything else. I will just color code it back to grey because it is a grey room. And we just want to put a couple of these crates in here as well. Kitchen, kitchen, kitchen. I really like the weird midpoint that I get to operate in here where I'm sort of doing level design but not. So doing chunks of level and then the level design is the player playing the game. I find that quite fun. Okay, so that's what the player will see when they go to spawn a kitchen. Maybe actually letting them see the board just so they get a sense of what the kitchen's for. Put that there. Anything I put in this layer doesn't get shown in the preview because the pots and stuff are randomly culled, so we're not going to have all of those. I'll put the food board in the refectory so it's visible as well. The rooms swap depending on which side you're building from. So they will move themselves over. It's part of what makes the game feel varied at the moment. Actually, is like you're always building the same rooms, but you see them rotated, and that kind of helps with the variety a little bit. Ooh. Mine is fun because you just go in here and put a big bada boom in the middle of the room and get loads of gold. Yeah, again, that was so Gleb, who made the room loader library, sort of told me that it didn't have the room flipping functionality yet, but the new one did, so I ended up kind of being the guinea pig for that library. It was very, very helpful. Speaking of libraries, let's build a library. The goat smashed that. What's going on here? I can't get in. I'm gonna cheat and give myself more keys so we can try and find the kitchen. Excuse me. It hasn't loaded there. Let's see if it loads in the gold room, the refectory. Just might be something to do with layers. It might be that the background facade isn't going onto the right layer and it's going on top of it. Yeah, the spooky ghost chases you every time you open one of those skeleton key doors. And if the spooky ghost gets you, it shuffles some voids into your deck, which are like rooms that don't have anything in them. That is my recommendation. If you're trying to make a game that blends two genres, is you kind of think of what the key sort of reward and punishment mechanics are in each of them and try and blend those together. So, for example, I know that deck builders often feature this thing of you get unhelpful stuff shuffled into your deck, right? Like curses in Slay the Spire. There's also curses in Dominion, actually. It's a common thing. So I have certain enemies or injuries in this game that will, yeah, they'll take a heart off you, but they'll also mess up your deck and make it harder for you to proceed. If you feed the mouth in the monster rooms as well, it shuffles in more monster rooms, which you generally don't want to do, but you might reach a point in the game where you've got certain relics that benefit from having lots of red monster rooms, so you sort of deliberately use that. So I've put that in as a thing people can try and opt for. Oh, it's getting really slow now. I'm going to turn the lighting off for a minute. Where's our room initiation thing? We're just going to shuffle more kitchens into the deck from the start. Let's find out what's happening with that room. Okay, so kitchen. What are these facades? Castle. Ah, okay. I know what's happening. I used the wrong facade. I used a facade that's not meant for the main game. That's meant for... Making more of these facades for like specific rooms will be one of my kind of stretch goals after the alpha, if and when I go into full production. Making sure all the rooms have like nice background art and stuff to differentiate them. Not important at this stage, but would be nice to have long term. That should fix that. And speaking of the void rooms from earlier, I've had a task for a while to make a better background for them so that they look like a bad thing that you're not supposed to get. There we go. Look at this lovely kitchen. It's just a massive blackboard and a... Another thing I've been meaning to do as well is to add a chance to get an unlit torch out of those crates. So I'll see if I can do that now, because that will make it easier to test our kitchen stuff. It's not controlled from there, it's controlled from the item parent. FL. So the way the room drafting works is you start off with all of the grey, red and green rooms. And there's one of each. So it's kind of like if you've played a game like Rogue Legacy where it's sort of like a Metroidvania made with roguelike generation. You've got all the pieces of the level and you're putting them together. And you can only build... You can get duplicates of some, but you don't start off with them. And then the only variation really is there are gold rooms that you get from finding a map. And they're available from the beginning, but you have to find the map and then draft the gold room. And then there are blue rooms that are like something that you gain over the course of the game from playing for hours and hours. And they get put into your deck. I haven't worked out whether or not you'll be able to turn them on and off after you've got them. So yeah, the deck building is really to provide the variety during the run of like how your level turns out as you build it. And then as the game progresses, you get more and more of these blue rooms that are kind of sci-fi themed rooms that do something that is like an advanced version of something that happens elsewhere in the game. So for example, I've built one already called the auto market, and it allows you to just turn any object into coins in a way that you can't do earlier in the game, for example. So I take things that are laborious to do earlier in the game, then I design a blue room that is like a sci-fi high-tech room that makes one of those things easier or automated in some way. And those blue rooms are what you gradually build into the deck as you progress through the game. So it's kind of like that. Yeah, I probably do need to darken that a bit. I mean, I can just sort of draw it as translucent, I think. Oh. I really need to stop the jars from hurting you so much when you smash them. No, you're not. You're building a deck, but you're building it very slowly over the course of the game. So if you've played something like the Arkham Horror living card game, it's more like that kind of deck building, where deck building is just used as a very slow progression thing. Okay, cool. We've got a lot more access to torches now because they're in the crates, so that gives us a better run at using the kitchen as well. That's something I've been meaning to do for ages. We were having a game of what does Noita do in the Discord the other day, and one thing I'm quite keen to add in, I think, and the reason I built this landfill level that's just a big chunk of mud to dig through, I think I maybe want to do toxic waste barrels. Because I think there's something quite fun about... It's basically like building sandcastles and then kicking them down, right? You build the level and then you blow it up strategically to try and get the treasure to fall down in particular places. So I think having sort of acid melty blocks could be quite fun. You blow them up and then they eat through the thing. But I think the difference would be that if gold falls into an acid block, it gets eaten. Firehoe, good question. So the red rooms at the start of the game, you're intended to want to avoid them. You see them, you go, oh, that's bad, it's got monsters in it, kills me. And, ooh. That's interesting. The cauldron isn't working anymore, and I'll look into that in a bit. I think I know why, actually. Yeah, so at the start of the game, you'll just think, oh, that's bad, that makes the game hard, I don't want those. But basically, there are a bunch of relics that make it beneficial to build the red room. So that writ of extermination gives you treasure for defeating monsters. There's the one up here that looks like a Tamagotchi means that monster eggs sometimes spawn relics. And then there's the cursed purse that makes jars have much more treasure in for every red room you've drafted. So basically it's this kind of anti-up thing where as you find or buy specific relics, you're encouraged to make the level more dangerous for yourself. But yeah, there's not really it's not like a combat focused game, so the monsters themselves aren't that dangerous. But the red rooms do also expand and block your way, so you end up with like having to go back and find a way through them, like burning them with the torch, like that. And that's not the most reliable thing because the torches go out after a while as well. So you're kind of raising the stakes of the game by introducing them. But yeah, I've got a relic now that when these guys die, they drop 2 red coins, and those red ruby coins are worth 10 each, so you start to get like a almost slightly incremental game thing with the economy where it becomes it becomes better to increase the risk and have more red stuff. So by December, I don't know really. In terms of the amount of rooms, I think there's probably enough in here for people to have fun with it. I think my concern at the moment is that some of the rooms do not have a character to them. And I want people to like learn what they do and then go, oh, I want to draft that room so I can get that. So we've got dungeons. All of the grey rooms basically just have treasure and traps in. They don't have monsters in, right? So there's a degree of peril in the grey rooms, but it's easy to avoid. It's just like platforming puzzles. I'll probably add some more types of traps into those as well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm reasonably happy with the amount. It's starting to slow down a little bit, which to me indicates that the lighting system that I turned off isn't actually the problem at the moment, which is interesting. So I think I've got myself stuck. Oh no, I would have got myself stuck, but I have the wings, so it's the single best power up in the game. I think I might have to make it a bit something that you have to do some tricksy stuff to unlock, because it is very powerful. So if I build here, I should be able to, if I get one that goes upwards, I should be able to get out of the problem I'm in at the moment. So I build the cliffside there. That's gonna give us a way back to the start. And break loads of treasure out of the walls. And then if I go back with a carrot. Which is the planet game. Oh, the planet popper. I would say... I would say try and leave it at least a month. Just because, I mean, you can put it in the playtest queue anyway, and then depending on what we've got for tomorrow's community stream, we'll just see how it goes, and it might end up just not getting playtested till the month after anyway. Yeah, I think the wings. Giving away secrets slightly, but I think the wings will be tied to some stuff that you do by building lots of green rooms, because I've got like this sub-progression where if you build X amount of green rooms, then something shows up in the green room, which is why they're all quite big. So at the moment, every 2 green rooms you build, you get a merchant, and that's why there's a merchant here. So if I'm able to build 2 more green rooms, I'll get another merchant. And I'm gonna bake in a few things like that where there's like a little hidden game rule that you kind of have to learn to do well at the game. And that will be, you know, if you string together these things in this particular order, then you'll get this. So that's 3 green rooms. There's the thing at the top left that tells you what you've built, which I might leave in. Yeah, and then we get another. So, because we've been doing work today on the food economy, I might try and fix the food economy of these little merchants. Because at the moment, the way it's done is a little bit janky. But yeah, basically, this guy is a vegetarian and you can give him anything that's not meat and he'll give you some coins. But it's not tied into my new struct that I built for handling all of the food stuff, so... I'm gonna light the kitchen oven with a bomb and then throw the bomb back out there. I can't get underneath that mushroom to get that carrot. That mushroom keeps bouncing me. I put these mushrooms in as like a fun mobility thing for getting around the level, but the amount of times they just like hurt me from full damage is it's upsetting. So yeah, I think what we're going to do now is go around and kind of fix some other parts of the food economy of this game. So if I get my my flowchart, what have we got to fix? We've got to fix the... These are guys you can give food to in a level, and you will get some coins. My hunter isn't very well defined yet. I made the sprite for her. I'm going to basically put her in the similar wagon to the gnome guy. But she's basically Red Riding Hood Edgelord edition. So these are guys that give you coins in the level if you give them food, right? So you can only take one dish back for the wizard. And as the game progresses, you're going to have ticked more dishes off. So you don't need them then, so you can just convert them directly into gold during the level. And then that's also going to be helpful because that allows you to get the items from the relic seller. What are you buying? Excellent. Yeah, we're doing the community stream every 2 weeks. I've been trying to put them... I put them up on the YouTube channel like at the start of the week because I had a bunch of people complaining when I tried to schedule an entire month ahead. People going, oh, my feed is just your stuff now. And it's like, well, who cares? Just scroll past it. But yeah, I listened to those people and I tried not to annoy them by scheduling a whole month in advance. But it was personally better for me to schedule the whole month in advance because then I'm committed to it. Resources gained from level. Okay, we get coins and food from a level. We either take the food back to the portal and give it to the wizard to get crystals, or we sell the food during the level and then we get coins. We either use the coins to buy relics, or we take the coins back with us to get crystals. There's no leaks. There's no leaks in our economy, and there's different ways of using different things. So although it's quite a simple game, I see this as a sort of game that it's like, there's probably going to be like 10 hours of content or something like that. And more depending on how completionist you want to get with it. That feels pretty decent, pretty tight for a game like this. Yeah, I think something like Rogue Legacy is a good reference point, but without so much of the big, massive upgrade trees. So we need to fix these guys. I need to make sure that these guys work with the new data stuff I've put in place to set the data for like how much objects cost and who will buy them and stuff like that. And then I also need to fix the actual cauldron, the cooking thing itself. Because the way that receives objects doesn't take any of that into account. Although maybe it shouldn't have to, I'm not sure. That's a kind of... The cooking is a system that is not actually connected to the coin economy of the game. Let's just go and try and find out why that wasn't working when I put a carrot in it. I'm going to do it, guys. I know you're all very upset looking at this and seeing me using all of these single equals in my conditionals. I'm just fixing the cauldron. Fix the cauldron. Right, what have we got? I'm gonna put object egg, object fruit, object fruit glow, object meat, object milk, object fruit, object toadstool. That's all of the objects. Oh, and an arrow, because you use arrows to make kebabs, because of course you do. You put meat and an arrow together, you get a kebab. Obvious. My lovely symmetrical castle. What can I put in the middle? A horrible nest of monsters. Where's my kitchen? That's what I'm trying to build, isn't it? Yeah. Immediately forget what I'm trying to test and just start jumping around, smashing everything. The torch is not supposed to be lit when it comes out of the crate, but I'm not complaining. Working now. FL, I don't think about the game dev meta. I don't think it's real. I think a lot of it is cope. The problem is I say stuff like that and then people are like, you're giving people bad advice. I'm not interested in giving people advice. I'm giving people my perspective. I think there are things that people know they like because they've done them recently. And then there are things that people don't know they like because they haven't done them recently. And a lot of the game dev meta stuff comes down to that. Like, a game is going to be more accessible for you and more easy for you to onboard into if you've played something similar to it recently. And that's where a lot of game dev trends really come from. But then a game is going to be more interesting and appealing to you if it is something that you like that you haven't seen for a while, right? Like, if someone bought out a game that had the core mechanics of a game that I loved 5 years ago that hasn't been remade, then I would love that game. And that's kind of what the deal with something like Stardew Valley is. It's like people didn't stop liking that, like, stop liking Harvest Moon. Just decent Harvest Moons stopped getting made. Right, so sometimes when people are thinking about things like what's in the market and gaps in the market and stuff, it's like, okay, people have never stopped enjoying the things that they've always enjoyed in video games. It's just sometimes people stop delivering on those things well. But I also think the problem with the game dev meta side way of thinking about things is it doesn't really take into account like doing a skills audit and working out what you're best at delivering. And that's really fundamental to doing anything as a business, is finding your niche of the thing that you're going to be particularly good at. And the thing that you're particularly good at might not be making Megabonk. It might be, I don't know, making erotic visual novels or something like that. You can't just set out to make something you want to make because A, you think other people will like and buy it, or B, because you think it's a cool idea. If you want to make something and sell it, you have to start from the perspective of, like, what am I actually able to execute really well? Not just like, what can I barely scrape through, but like using my set of skills, what can I execute really well on? And it's that, you know, I think the interesting thing is, if you look at games as, particularly like solo developed games, if you look at the game as like a Rorschach test for the developer, and you think, and you know anything about that developer and their background, you will see so much of who they are and what they've done before shine through, right? Five Nights at Freddy's, Lucas Pope's games like Papers, Please, Ed McMillan's games, I don't know, Jonas Tyroller's games, Gavin, 2 stars, 2-star, and Choo Choo Charles. You can look at any of those games and the developer, and you can see what they'd learned up to the point of making that game, and what they were concerned about, and the things they care about, and their sense of humor and stuff like that. And you can see it in the game, and you can see what's in the game, and you can see what's excluded from the design because it's not something they're interested in, or it's not something that they are personally like good at doing, so they choose not to do it. And the thing is, you can look at any game made by any person, and you can see what that person is strong at and what they're weak at. The difference between a good game and a bad game is that the good game is made by someone who has deliberately chosen to work with their strengths and weaknesses, rather than just making whatever they want to make regardless of their strengths and weaknesses, you know? A good game is the product not of someone being amazing at everything, it's the product of someone making something in a very self-aware way, where they focus on the things they're good at and they don't focus on things that they can't execute well. And that's the same for any kind of media product, you know? Like, this is why you know David Bowie as a pop singer and a songwriter, and not as a saxophonist. But he was successful enough that he could still stick a saxophone song on his albums and then make a separate band where he played saxophone and all of that kind of stuff, because he was already very, very successful and he could afford to do that. But if he just focused on playing the saxophone the whole time, you wouldn't know who David Bowie was, right? It's the same principle. You have to... Yes, there is a meta. Yes, there are things that are popular, but that is largely just down to what are people kind of used to at the moment. What are they kind of conversant with in terms of, you know, knowing how to control a particular type of game. But you can't base all of your decisions on that. You have to base some of it on like self-knowledge of what you're going to be well equipped to make. Megabonk is the next Megabonk, a Chuck Tingle novel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just try and stay out of that. I mean, I don't stay out of it. I get very much into it, but I think the whole idea of like appealing to people on the basis of like trying to come up with some magic trick to be financially successful as a game dev is a way of appealing to an audience of people that don't really understand how anything works. And I know that might sound harsh, but I don't know. I know quite a lot of people who, in the real world, like in my town, who make a full-time living doing something creative, and they don't do it through this kind of weird cargo cult tea leaf chasing. Oh, what do people like at the moment? What's in vogue? That doesn't ring true to me as a way that anything good gets made. And I think I think maybe that way of thinking is probably okay if you're happy to just plod along at the bottom of something, like making pretty inconsequential things that make a couple of £1,000 or something. But why would that be someone's goal, you know? If that's your goal, you might as well not be releasing games. You might as well be making like game templates and game assets and selling those, if you know, or just getting a job in someone else's studio doing something. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being a developer for someone else, and you probably learn a lot more stuff a lot more quickly than just sort of teaching yourself. I think if people just want to make a living working in games, then there's lots of ways of doing that that aren't necessarily make your own game and publish it. And I think if you do want to make your own game and publish it, you may as well shoot for the moon a little bit and make something that you would be proud of in the long term, because you only have so many years. And I know that sounds a bit contradictory, because a minute ago I was saying, you know, restrict yourself to what you can make. But that's part of the job of doing anything like this, is making these judgments and trying to work out what the absolute best thing you can make is within the kind of parameters of like of what you've got. And I think the game dev meta conversation is really an attempt to try and depersonalize all of that, so no one has to really reflect and think, oh, what's actually best for me. I don't know how much of it actually exists outside of YouTube, is another thing I would think of. I think YouTube has a very particular culture of like people really, really wanting straight answers of like, what should I do? Tell me what to do. So, and then that's why if you put anything up that's saying, hey, here's something you should do if this condition, and then people say, oh, you're telling me I should always do that. So no, I literally I put a really big caveat saying this is what you should do if this, but people really want to hear like, you should always do this and you should never do this. I think that a lot of the people that are into game design more as a craft just don't occupy those spaces because they find them too annoying. Like, I personally don't. I probably answer a few questions every week on the game dev Reddits if I think I have an answer that no one else is going to give. But I can see how anyone who is coming at it from more of like an artistic, I just want to make something cool type perspective wouldn't be in those places. And actually, that's probably because the game design Reddit doesn't have that problem. The game design Reddit is pretty much focused on game design. It's very, very strict about it. And that probably means that people that want to talk about game design just don't go on the game dev one because they know that the game design one is better for that. Okay, I'm going to turn the lighting back on because I know that that's not actually causing my slowdown now, which is both a relief and not. And then we're going to go, the cauldron is fixed. I just need to try and make these guys work with the other economy stuff now, so what I will do is close down a bunch of these windows. Again, I'm just trying to be a bit more disciplined about how I use the workspace because I've got into some very bad habits over the years. But some of the stuff you guys are talking about is basically why we have to have specialist spaces, because everything always becomes lowest common denominator if you allow it to. And yeah, having some sort of barrier to entry is often helpful for these sorts of things. It's why I have no quibbles about running a Discord that most people who are in it are sort of paying to get into it, because it's the only way that you maintain some sort of quality. Hey, Jill. Okay. So at the moment, what happens is we go up to the hunter shop, we throw an item at it, and it does this very janky thing of looking for a variable that is defined in every individual object and seeing if it's more than 0, and then if it is, it goes, okay, we're gonna buy this. And I did some long-winded stuff to make it so that if you sold the same item multiple times, it would decrease in value. And to be honest, it's not really, I don't think there's any point in that. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to use this struct now. I'm going to totally get rid of the global shop prices reference. So I'm just going to, maybe we'll just quickly jump through the code and look for every reference to that and just get rid of it. Kill it. So it's only in the auto market device, which we don't have in the game right now. I'll go and get rid of it there. Okay. Look at that. Look how wonderful my coding was 3 months ago when I made the auto market. So it just manually picks every item. Okay. That at least is not going to crash. So at the start of the game, we make a struct. It's checking how many runs we've done, and the point of this is so it doesn't overwrite it each time. We create a struct, we see what the coin value of each object is, and we define whether the gnome or the hunter wants it. Brentu, how long have I been devoing this game? About 4 months, 5 months, I think. It's okay. I'm happy where we are with it, but I think a lot of the kind of good stuff in it is really just a result of being very strict with myself about what I try and do and what I don't try and do. It's kind of what I was rambling about a minute ago about making the game that you are best equipped to do well. Kitten has returned after being stabbed in the arm, apparently. Which is, you know, we don't judge here. So we could go through this list and pick something based on it having the same sprite. The issue there is that the raw meat object is not found just by the sprite. I can't really explain what I mean by that. So what I'll do instead, I'm going to add a can't really explain why I need to do this, but I will do it. So after the sprite, we put in the name of the object. It will make life easier later. Yeah, I think identity is a good word for it, Ubuntu. Because once you've got that, it feels like a lot of decisions after that point just start making themselves. Which sounds a bit scary, but it's quite freeing when you're just like, well, I'll do it this way because it's obviously what the game wants, you know. So we've got the food list set up now. And we're going to have to make a picker function that when we throw an item at a merchant, the merchant does the picker function to look at all of the objects in this struct and find out if the object matches and then take the coin value from that. So we're just using coin value and object from this struct and hunter wants. Hunter wants can be true or no more hunter wants can be true or false, and I think we check that first actually, and then go from there. So if I go back to my food board, and I can copy paste my picker function from there because I am not going to be able to remember how to do any of that. There we go. I will slowly learn this by doing it, but the structs and the related functions are still hurting my brain and kicking my ass generally. Part of why I'm happy to do this stream is because I think it's quite helpful for people to see a game that looks kind of okay and go, oh, that looks quite good, and then see someone who doesn't know what they're doing coding and copy and pasting things and going, I would never do this kind of thing to be like, hey, look, I know everything. Because that's not really the goal. The goal is to make other people feel more comfortable in their own ignorance. Not ignorance. Ignorance isn't the word, is it? Ignorance is like when you are you don't know that you're bad at something. You don't know that you don't know it. Whereas what we're trying to talk about is like enlightened stupidity. Of like, I don't know how to do this. I'm comfortable with that, and I'm just going to get on with it as best as I can. That's kind of what you have to do most of the time, isn't it? So we go over to... Let's make Mr. Gnome work first. Hi, Mind for Games. I don't need to do anything with an array here. I just need to find the right item. So we're going to say... those are the two variables we need here. So variable value equals 0. Variable wanted equals false. I don't think we need that method. I think we just need to do that. And then we say if target oh no. If target dot wanted by gnome. Is that what it was called? Oh no, it's called gnome underscore wants. Hopefully that'll do it. I need a better way to spawn the guy in. Right, we're gonna comment all this out so that we always get the gnome. This look at my comment from here. This swaps shops. A swap shopper, if you will. And we'll make him spawn every green room just to make this easier to test. I'm not really a good person to ask about this versus other editors because I don't use anything else. I've tried using every game engine for at least a day, and I always come back to this. And maybe one day, if there's a game that I really want to make that is totally can only be made in 3D, I might switch. But I use GameMaker because I find it just easier and simpler. So I don't really have points of comparison to other engines or languages that I can make very well. Because I don't have a very good working memory of what my time was like trying to use anything else. Okay. No, we're trying to do if target.object is okay. So we're checking if the object that has just hit the trade wagon, a second egg has just hit the trade wagon. We're checking if that is the same as the object saved in the struct, and seeing if the gnome wants it. And then this is all going to be not relevant anymore. There's some behind the scenes stuff here where if you have either of the relics that's shaped like an egg, then eggs are worth more. And that's not told to you, that's just a secret. If the value is nothing, So if wanted equals false or value is nothing, then we don't do anything. Yeah, I'm going to be on for at least an hour more, I think, today. These tend to run a bit longer, because most of the time I'm just zoning out and moving numbers around. The playtesting streams are a little bit more intensive, because it's like I have to play and talk and keep switching between games as well. That's not being used anywhere now, is it? Hopefully this will work. So we go through the food list struct, doing the pick function. The pick function is going to check if the target of the function in the struct object is equal to the object index of the other object, which is the object that we just thrown into the wagon. It's also going to check whether that is something that the gnome wants. And if that's true, then we set wanted to true. We set the value to the coin value of that object in the struct. Hopefully this is true. There might be some weirdness here with scoping, which is why it stayed as blue and hasn't gone to yellow, but I'll just see if it works. He should spawn on any green room now, so we should be able to get a gnome in every green room and then just throw something at him to test. That's all I need to do. Oh, I've got an error. Got an error! Oh. Excuse me? I had this problem before. Why is it doing this again? I need to change the starting deck so we don't have a million kitchens. So the thing about these kind of card-driven things is that the difference between 1 and 8 is actually quite big. Only one kitchen, please. Hello. Would you like a carrot? No, I would not like a carrot. Carrot not recognized. Oh. Would you like a mushroom? No. Mushroom not recognized. How about I beat you up? Stupid gnome. Why don't you work? Why don't you just work? Too many kitchens. You thought too many cooks was bad. Just wait till you hear about too many kitchens. My goat fell into the void. He might be on strike. There's so many of them. Okay. Nothing happens yet if you blow him up with bombs, but I might make something happen, but yeah. I like the idea of, you know, re-interpolating the Spelunky shopkeeper and making him go sicko mode. So this doesn't work. I'm just going to go and look at my other attempts at struct bothering elsewhere and see how it works. Struct bothering, that's what we're doing today. It might be because I've made these local variables here. So maybe if I do that, and then here we go. Gnome ghost. Maybe the gnome just like comes out with a massive axe and starts like cartwheeling around. Basically would need to make him attack you in a way that was very easy to implement. The Derek Hughes Spelunky book talks about that with the shopkeeper, where he just sort of like, he just turns to face where the player is and then bounces around and then shoots when you're in front of him. He doesn't really have any AI or any pathing or anything like that. So if I could make a angry gnome that sort of spins around like holding an axe, just like spinning, that could be quite funny. Right, green room, green room, green room. Hello, will you buy my mushroom? No. I hate you. I don't want to buy your mushroom. I hate you too. There's a yeah, I mean, it's a would it be a video game if it didn't have TNT in the walls? I don't think so. I think that's a fundamental video game thing. I wouldn't say that's crunch mode for me. I think that is super happy fun times. Like the sort of thing that feels like crunch to me is what we did this morning, which is anything where I have to sort data or draw any kind of interface. Oh, hang on, I've set that as a... Right, let's just set these as object variables rather than local variables and see if we can... I think what is happening is within the function, it's local to the... It's like a scoping thing of like whether it thinks I'm talking about the struct item or the actual item, the object in the world. I'm not sure. Maybe the other here is throwing things off. If I do this... Maybe that work? Please? Maybe that work, please? Ask it nicely. The only thing about hurting the merchants is we need a way for each merchant to attack, and we have 3 merchants. But I quite like the idea of them all having their own little sicko mode. Yeah, it works! Cool. Okay, so... the glow berry is worth more than the berry. The normal berry gave me 29. That doesn't seem right. The glow berry gives me more than that. See you later, Orbmeister. We've been listening to Lurid Orb all through the stream. So if you're like, what is that weird music? Sorry, I can't really change the volume settings today because Streamlabs has sort of crashed in a weird way and won't let me... I can see my screen and I can see the chat. Everything else on the other screen has gone completely grey. I wonder if I can... Oh no, that's fixed it. Basically, I haven't been able to see anything apart from the chat on there for a while. Switching it between screens. Australia is the home of strange psychedelic music at the moment. I've learned. Australia has really good psychedelic music. Some of it is rock. Some of it is dungeon synth. I don't know. I don't make the rules. Okay, we've got a shop working with the new system. Now what we're going to do is check that we can do the same thing with the hunter, which is our shop that only buys meat items. So I will just quickly... Oh. How do I quickly uncomment that? Ah, there we go. Not relic seller. What am I doing? Right, and now we take all of this, copy it to the hunter. Make it exactly the same, and all we have to change is this one to Hunter Wants. And I have this sound, gnome by item, which is the gnome going. Maybe I should make it a bit more high pitched for her. Where's she gone? Oh, the workspace is getting out of hand again. We were doing so well. So let's make hers random range between 1.9 and 2. Puzzle quest vibes. It's definitely questing. Okay, she's not there. Oh, it's because I've... There she is. Okay, so she shouldn't buy a mushroom. She's not interested in a mushroom. She doesn't. We want to build a little monster room. Beat up some monsters. I'm just going to cheat. I've got a cheat attached to my mouse wheel where I can just mouse wheel up and it will give me coins and keys. I might disable that before the alpha, but we'll see. Right, she should accept an egg because that is like monster related. She's basically the nice. I like her sound effect. She accepts an egg. Take her a dead monster. Oh, I accidentally cooked the monster. Will you accept a steak? Yeah, okay. She likes steaks. She likes cooked monsters. She basically just wants to know that you've killed monsters, so... She's the non-vegan shop option. We love the cheat. What do you mean? I'll leave the cheat on and it will be a test to... Oh, I keep accidentally cooking the monsters when I'm trying to test whether she buys them. I mean, she should do. It's just the list. The, just the, thing. Just the thing operating the way it should. I know it doesn't look particularly good when I carry certain objects because they sort of hover a bit, but... I think that would be a very fiddly job to try and get that right. And I'm not down for it right now. I'm going to make these spawn less monsters. And like more monsters the further into the level you go as well. So it just has some kind of automatic balancing, I guess. But like how long you've survived. Oh look, she's all the way over there. That's not very helpful, is it? You're supposed to be helping me test my game. I died. I'm glad we got that food list done today. I've been meaning to do that for so long, and I've just been putting it off because it's not a very exciting thing. So I think she'll accept a goat. Yeah, she doesn't really care as long as it's dead things. That's her whole vibe. Excellent. Okay, we have shops at work. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna finish off with a little bit of pixel art then, because that's been a pretty good workflow so far with this stream, is just save the art till the end. And I just need to quickly go back to my gnome and set him up so that he... Yeah, just uncomment all of this so that he'll actually randomize the shops again properly. Ah! I was this many weeks old when I learnt about the shortcut for commenting out an entire row or entire block. You know when you know that there probably is a shortcut, you just haven't looked it up yet? I was doing that for a long time. There's another design lever that we have to play with here as well, which is like, how many items does each shop take before it closes? And we should probably test the auto market as well before I go into pixel art land, really. Going to give us 8 auto markets. Yeah, Figma works for paper prototypes. You can also try out Tabletop Simulator, but it is a bit of a learning curve to learn. If you could see yourself making lots of games that are loosely based on like card or board games, I would say Tabletop Simulator is worth investing a bit of time in learning. Boss Grand, who's in the chat, did his last game through that, and I think it's quite a good way of prototyping. Okay, so the deal with the auto market is it doesn't have items remaining, a concept of how many things it can buy. So we don't need that. I haven't played around with any of these blue rooms in like forever. They look kind of cool, but they're a bit sort of abstract and empty at the moment because I haven't gone back to them in ages. But eventually they'll be our kind of sparkly sci-fi rooms. There we go. So that's the deal with the auto market. It just infinitely takes items, and you don't run out of how many items you can sell like you do with the gnome and the hunter. So this is an example of how the game will progress. When you get later on in the game, you'll have these blue rooms that you've added to your deck, and they start adding this kind of sci-fi vibe to it, and they, you know, make certain things a lot easier. I'm glad that still works. I haven't used that for so long. I think one thing it should do, though, is every so often it should round to make a gem instead of just loads of coins. Partly because that's satisfying, but also because it means we're spawning less objects. Let me just look at the code. Just making it so that it doesn't just spit out individual coins. It occasionally rounds up to be a ruby coin or an emerald, which are my 5 and 50 denominations. No, you yeah, you need to all have Tabletop Simulator to test Tabletop Simulator, unfortunately. So yeah, as we advance through the game, we're doing some time traveling. We're getting stuff that we didn't have before, and we're gradually moving from just fantasy to sort of science fantasy, which is kind of neat. Let's try and security card doesn't have a definition. And then the security card allows you to open these shortcuts. So if you have the security card in combination with other rooms, you're going to have an easier build, because now I can put stuff in the auto market and then just jump through and get the money straight away. Which before I would have to build around. I don't know why that tree has TNT in it, but perhaps it's a TN tree. Auto markets leading into auto. The future is nothing but auto markets. I remember when this used to be lush green forests, and now 'tis only auto markets as far as the eye can see. But luckily, they still pay you in lovely medieval gems. I kind of like that the transition from having the little merchants who are like characters to the auto market makes the game feel like it's getting colder and bleaker. I quite like that. It's... I think it might be a mood, as they say. Yeah, so some of the stuff you see now is stuff that was in the game for a while. I just have hidden it for a while. So the blue rooms, the auto markets, that's all old stuff. I actually built this before I made the gnome. So the shops that are more kind of character based are newer than this thing, where you just throw any item in. But yeah, the point is I'm trying to build the whole upgrade path for a feature. So we have the feature of during the level you can sell items you find, you can sell food you find, or you can make food and sell that, and that will be exponentially more valuable because you put the effort in to go and light a cauldron and everything. And then we have the upgraded way of selling things, which just allows you to indefinitely sell as many objects as you want during that run, and that's what the auto market does. And then we have the starting way of doing it, which is just a little friend in a forest. And the only difference is that he will only take 3 to 5 items and then he'll shut up shop because he doesn't have any money left. He'll also turn into a... we don't have it yet, but I think if we bomb his house or something dangerous happens, he's going to turn into... he's going to go sicko mode and start flying around, but... I don't have time to do that today. I'm going to make a wagon for the huntress, whatever you want to call her. The deal is with these guys is she buys anything that is from an animal and he buys all of the vegetable stuff. So one of the things I know I needed was some indication of the fact that he buys stuff off of you and how he works. So I was thinking if we go and get the sprite of the root, we make him like a little sign. Give him a little upgrade so he can have a little... I do love this sprite editor. I don't want it to look like an actual floating object, so maybe if I can shrink that down a little bit. Don't want it to look exactly like the sprite. So if I just squish it all in, make a chibi carrot. And then I'll put a mushroom and a fruit up there, and that will tell people, look, you can sell stuff to this guy. It might take people a little while to work out that they could actually sell him an omelet or other stuff they've made. But I don't really mind that. I don't mind this becoming a sort of don't starve type game where you have to go and look things up in a wiki, you know? I think if that becomes the problem, oh, I have to go and look things up in a wiki, then you've kind of won. Because, I mean, the fact that people would even be writing a wiki would be a very, very good vote of confidence for a game in the first place, so... I don't mind if there's like 2 layers of like the obvious stuff you can do in the game and then some other stuff that's really hidden and you have to work it out, you know? I think that's very much the sort of game I'm making here. I like the idea of him wanting a different thing each time, but that feels very kind of stretch goals type thing for now. Because so much of what you can find is quite random anyway, so you've got to be careful with like putting too specific requirements on people, because I mean you can kind of roughly remember what generates in what room and try and build towards having certain things, but some of it is RNG as well, and I don't want to make that too frustrating. A lot of it's going to come down to like, can you notice the object in the environment and use it in a beneficial way? Which is kind of where the kind of moody lighting and stuff does start to have some sort of gameplay relevance and not just be for aesthetics, because some of it is about spotting opportunities, I guess. Okay, there's his little sign. Maybe you put some like some sort of wreath around this, make it like a kind of what's the name for that? It is a wreath, isn't it? Just like a sort of leafy this is what I buy type thing. You know, a this is what I buy type thing. That's a thing. A laurel, yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, yeah, a laurel, a thing made of leaves that's just like a flower arrangement with no flowers. I mean, what do we know of, what do you or I know of gnomes and their culture? Very little, I would think. I love this track. I think this is the opening track. It's very Blade Runner-y. Then I think what I'll do as well is get a sort of darker brown and swap this black out so we don't have those harsh outlines, because they're not actually interactable objects, are they? They're just just a little bit less prominent. Take some of the corners off them as well. I think that's fine. I think that gives us a little bit more information about what this does. Maybe we need one more bit of shading just to make it clear that's a physical thing and not a painting on top of it or whatever. But someone before was saying I think we need a sign to at least indicate that this is a shop, so you get that initial hint of what it's for. Sort of tempted to put a dollar sign or something on it, but I'm gonna resist that temptation for now. Okay. Coins on the counter, that's a good shout. I've got him on his own layer as well, so I can put... a pile of turmeric. The gnome who controls the spice controls the green room. See my very long-winded way of placing stuff. Yeah, that kind of at least gives a sense of he's just a shop kind of guy. Oh, we've got an extra frame that we don't need.
I love buying vegetables. Vegetables, vegetables, vegetables. Give me your vegetables. Give me your vegetables now.
I am going to duplicate this and set it up as the hunter as well. And I will give it some different things about it, but I think it's going to be easier for players to understand. So instead of like giving her a I was thinking about like giving her a what's it called? Like a tent or something. But to be honest, I think it's going to be immediately easier for players to understand if she has the same sort of thing as him. So I'm going to just do that for now. How'd you turn the onion skinning on? I can't. Ah, there we go. her do a ping pong animation, so she goes to one side and then back. We will make it less generic, so it's not the same as his, but I think just starting from the same design saves time and just makes it look more like it's the same type of thing. Whereas the relic seller is like you spend money there, so that's a different type of thing. So sometimes, just from a UX perspective, it's better to go with what's going to make people understand how the things are similar, you know? In terms of color palette, I tend to think of it more like I'm doing a painting. Like I have colors that I adhere to overall in terms of like the composition of the game, but I don't have a set color palette in the sense that pixel artists talk about that normally of like the actual colors I'm using, you know? My color palette is based on like a kind of set of cartoons and toys and stuff that I'm basing the art direction on. It's not like a strict set of colors that I use inside the game, if that makes sense. Just because that would slow me down, and the goal of this project isn't for me to become an excellent pixel artist. The goal is just for it to kind of look cool, and a lot of that stuff, it's like I could spend years learning it and applying it, and I don't really know how much value it would add in this instance. The other thing I'm doing in the game itself is I'm doing a bunch of stuff with the color in post-processing as well, which means that being really strict about it at this stage might be a waste of time, because I'm doing posterize effects and stuff in the game as well. Is there a way I can make this look like a trophy? I like killing these monsters. It's a bit gruesome, but I mean, maybe that's just her vibe. It's the murder wagon. It should be on a headboard, yeah, you're right. I don't know how to make that look. I need quite a big shield to... I'm just going to do that for now. And, come back to it later. That kind of at least kind of gives it same but different vibes. So we're aware that they are both shops where you sell stuff and you get coins from the vendor. You don't buy stuff. And then, yeah, I can kind of come back to them later and add more bits. I think this should look a bit more fighty. You know, it should have spikes on it and stuff. Because you're not just selling food like you are with the other one. You're like, it's like a bounty, like an MMO. Go and kill 10 wolves for me in yonder forest. It's that kind of thing, right? But we can sort that later. She's just got one of those on her head. I think Little Red Riding Hood times Bloodborne is kind of what we're going for with her. So if we can make her more Bloodborne, then I'm down for that. Maybe she needs like a tricorn hat, right? That would be the vibe. Hello. What a lovely wreath of vegetables you have on your little house. Pleasure doing business with you. I think the landfill might be the worst room at the moment. It's just like, oh, here's a dead end. You might be able to get something out of it, but thought I could set the trap off with an egg, but that doesn't work apparently. I think I might have run out of green rooms. I don't think I have any more green rooms. That's the problem. It is quite low friction, yeah. So that is basically stuff that I will tweak later on. I intend to put more traps in. I tend to have a few monster varieties in the red rooms, but also I kind of want the difficulty to be cumulative based on how you build, because if I look at the level now, my exit is all the way over there, so the difficulty then actually comes from getting back through the level with whatever you've collected, and that's going to be the thing that I'm testing and checking out. And I also need to be wary of who is attracted to the game in the first place and what they want to get out of it. So yeah, I've already... Basically, I can't get back on this run unless I get a relic that lets me fly, or if I build in a particular way. So the thing about the difficulty in this game is the difficulty levers are the obvious stuff, like enemies and traps and stuff that can directly hurt you. But then you've also got the other difficulty lever of like the ability to return back the way you came, which is the biggest one. And I'm wary of making the moment-to-moment peril too high, because that's gonna mean that the real difficulty of the game of like how do you build the platformer so you're able to backtrack to the start, that will get broken. So I'll have to think about both of those things. But I'm also quite happy for the core experience to be just a bit more about bimbling around rather than it being like really moment-to-moment testing of your reactions or anything like that. I'm not super interested in that direction unless Unless people get playing it and then I just find that that's what it needs, then I'll probably keep it relatively calm. Because the whole thing of like building something and assessing which way to build is probably a bit much to ask of people if they're constantly being like noited, you know, and like threatened with death from all sides kind of thing. Have a look at the jump quickly. I haven't tinkered with it for a long time. The thing I'm worried about with the jump is if I start playing around with it, everything in the level design will get broken if the metrics change. So what we really want is to keep the jump height the same, but have the gravity kick in a bit sooner. The problem is I didn't code all of this, so some of it I just don't really know how it works. Let's try that. Let's have a quick tweak of the jump, because I haven't come back to that in a while and it is something that keeps coming up. That's still too high. Okay, so let's try that. It feels kind of similar to where it was, but it's a bit faster now. Let's see if we... So I should be able to get back up if I drop down in this room. That's better. We've lost a bit of the float, but the fundamental distances are still pretty much the same. I think that works for me. So build the auto market there. Then I can take items in there, throw them through. I think the biggest danger with this overall design is when players spend a lot of time in a level where they've already blocked their route to the exit. Now there is a blue room that allows you to build a portal halfway through the level, so you can get out of that situation. But you would have to you would have to have progressed a little way through the game to get to a point where you've got that. We have talked about variable jump heights before, yeah, but I haven't really found... I don't know. To be honest, like, someone helped me a lot with the physics for the character and the objects. And stuff like that should be a quick little fix. It's going to take me a while to unravel, so... I think the variable jump might be a good idea, but working out how to make sure it works at the moment is going to be a bit of a pain. The change we just made was very simple because it was just changing those two basic variables. Okay, we've got a jump. We can't quite make that, so let's put that up by 1. No, I don't have a grey box level for that. I mean, because of the nature of the game, there aren't levels, so the game just exists as a void. So, although that might be good practice most of the time, it feels a bit daft to do it here because the game is just like a void that you put rooms into. Poor goat. I would cook you, goat, but I can't reach the... I can put a dead goat in the auto market, that's fine. Don't judge me. Can I get in there now? Probably not. I should probably turn off all the bonus auto markets that we don't need now that we've done testing that. Here we go. Can I get in there now? No, I can't. Will that do it? So yeah, a couple of weeks, I'm gonna get a more experienced GameMaker dev to go through and optimize, because as you can see it's starting to slow down now. And I've done a few runs on that, but it's still pretty sluggish when the game gets bigger. Which is a shame, because the appeal of something like this is getting to the point where you have a massive level. And to me, that's not a massive level. We've still got 20 cards in the deck in terms of how many rooms there are. Although some of those are like duplicates that I put into to test the game. We still need more ways to get back up. We do have a rope mechanic, but there aren't ones you can actually throw yet. There are only like ones that are already in the environment like these. So in terms of the composition of the deck, that is exactly the sort of thing that there isn't really a, you know, until we're at 1.0, there won't really be a definitive answer to that at the moment. I mean, most things it's just a case of there is a room and I've put one of them in the deck. So everything is there in the start. Yeah, there's one of everything. And there's 4 nests, which are like the basic red rooms that only take up 1 block. But a lot of that is basically because I haven't designed that many red rooms. I really intend each room to have its own kind of unique layout, so as you're building the level, it really feels kind of different each time. Yeah, ladders would be a good shout. I mean, I could literally do the Spelunky rope mechanic, but I'm trying to avoid that at the moment because I don't want to add a button that's just for that. So at the moment, the goal for the runs is to get back to the portal with as many coins as you can carry, or as you can find, and one of the items of food, and then you give the food to your boss, and then you go on another run, and you get crystals for doing runs well, and you get and then you spend the crystals on keys and stuff that make the game generally easier as you progress, and you spend the crystals on unlocking the blue rooms, which are the advanced rooms. And that's what happens if you bring the boss back something he's already had. He gets annoyed with you and blows it up. In the full game, there will be some other goals. One of the things I'm thinking of is just having stuff out on the map that you have to build out to. But I haven't gone there yet. But I think there will be some stuff like that that's a bit more mystery focused, just stuff that's like there that you have to build really far in a certain direction to get to, and then maybe when you pause you can see, oh, there's something over there, what's that? And you kind of go over there and have a look. So there are some loose plans for that kind of thing, but at the moment, yeah, it's just like a pretty much score based, but you have to do certain interactions in the environment to get the score higher. Like if you, like for example, that safe there, those safes have more money in depending on how many rooms you've built. So if you leave that and detonate it right at the end, it will have loads and loads of treasure in it. There's loads of little things like that where you can kind of, as you learn the game, you can just make it a lot easier to score a lot more on a given run. Basically trying to make sure it works as just a sort of score attack game first, and then layer in kind of story progression type stuff as it goes on. I think that's generally the angle I have with a lot of this. Do that and get that bag of fairy dust, then I'll be able to fly, which is the most busted upgrade. But I want the busted upgrade. Gain some slowdown again. Maybe it is the lighting contributing to that a little bit. Because when I turned it off earlier, it didn't slow down until we had about like 12 rooms or something. Just I think one of the things I should do as well is when there's a certain amount of coins gathered that they become a pile, so I don't have to deal with so many physics objects at the same time, because I know that there's quite a lot on screen at any given time, and I think that might be causing some problems, but I don't want to over optimize too early if someone else is going to help me with that, so The other thing is, when you start the game, you won't start with 5 hearts, you'll start with 3. So I'm playing it in an easier setting than... I won't really match the starting experience. The amount of hearts and keys you start off with is going to be a little bit lower than how I've been playtesting it, but... I don't think you always want to test your game as if you're playing at the beginning. I think you want to get the middle right and then tune the beginning from there. I mean, that kind of is there a little bit, but it's mainly to do with how many red rooms you build, because the red rooms are made of like a fungus that spreads and blocks you. So if you put a lot of red rooms down, there are ways you can exploit red rooms to get way more gold, but they introduce the danger of the level kind of closing around you. I'm going to take a carrot back with me. So I got 2 gems from just completing the run with 200 gold, and then he's giving me 1 because he wasn't very impressed with my carrot. Kitchen doesn't look very kitcheny yet, but I can have a bit of a field day with that at some point. So I think sometimes I need that wall to bust through when you build that onto there so that you can get through. So maybe I need to make sure that that doesn't have a gap there. I need to put like a little window type thing instead of a wall. 1, 2, like that. Maybe that will sort it. I'm also going to change these to be called castle instead of ruin, because all of the grey rooms are ruins, really. It doesn't really make sense to call them a ruin. And then we'll go to the script that manages all the rooms. And rename them here. That's right. Yeah, the way it works in Blueprints is really just a lot of different resource management. There isn't really a lot of real-time stuff. There are some puzzles that use real-time, but most of the game doesn't use a real-time thing. It's just managing a lot of different resources. So one thing I've done with this that's different from Blueprint, in Blueprints you can open most doors and then some doors require a key. In this I've made it so you absolutely one-to-one need a key for every door. And it just makes a lot more sense with this type of game, and that kind of creates some of that more intense resource management of like, do I really want to spend this key in this place rather than in this place kind of thing, because every door costs a key. get up that way? Or just about? I don't think these knuckle dusters do anything at the moment. They're supposed to let you punch through the soil, but they don't work. We're going to get the torch. We're going to take the torch in here to burn this away. Maybe I can go up that way. Yeah, there we go. The gross fungus. Study's got nothing in it because we collected all the maps. Yeah, so generally the green rooms are the rooms that you build for your economy. They have... But they usually don't have stuff that gives you something immediately in it. You usually have to combine them. So in the grey rooms you'll get treasure by smashing jars, but that's kind of dull and takes a lot of time. And there's like traps. The green rooms don't have anything hazardous in, but the valuable stuff they have in, you have to like combine it in some way by running around and doing the platforming. And then that's the general guiding principle of like what separates the green rooms and the grey rooms. And then yeah, the red rooms are there to mess you up, and early in the game you don't want to build them, and then later on you kind of realize there are certain relic combinations that allow you to exploit the red rooms if you build lots of them on purpose. And that's kind of where the sort of drafting part of choosing the room starts to come into its own, I think, is once you understand that. Oh, no. Bomb over there. I want to blow up the... Ah! Whew. Yeah, the safes have more in depending on how many rooms you've built that run. These are all like little informational things that I will drip feed through little books in the game as well that I haven't implemented yet, but probably one of the next things I will implement, I think. Because I think in a game like this, having information as kind of part of the reward system of the game makes a lot of sense, because then you get people into a loop of like valuing that information and looking for it, and then like rooms like the library become important. That's kind of how Blueprints used its library as well. Blow a hole through there. And then the way this economy works is if you take the time to craft these different recipes, you get those kind of bonus crystals off of the wizard. But the more of them you tick off, the less you have to do that with. So it's more of a bonus at the start of the game. I'm starting to not like the relic cellar. I think they look just too big. Kind of cool, but I don't know. I did draw them pretty hastily during a stream, to be fair. Yeah, a lot of this game comes down to like how much of the level can you blow up and still get home. And Spelunky solves a lot of that stuff by having the ropes, and I haven't got an equivalent to the rope. I'm not sure I want to have, because the way I've done bombs is you find them in the environment and then you light them using the environmental stuff, and then you throw them, which is a better fit for this game. And I don't want to have ropes as an extra button and like a resource that you've already always got. So I think I just need to come up with lots of ways that you can fly or get up in some kind of quick way. It's why I added those bouncy mushrooms, but it's that they're not going to be enough on their own. You just need more ways of doing upward mobility in this game, I think, in general. I've got the fairy wings at the moment. They're not showing up when I flap. They do have a sprite. I've got the two best power-ups in the game at the moment. The flying relic and the Mario bouncy fireball relic. I've got no way to get round to that now. Maybe I can build to it from below? I don't think I can. That's poop. Foolish. How foolish I have been. Oh, there's a bomb there, though. So if I can light that bomb and get it here, then I can get through and get the money I just earned. I don't know if the bomb actually blows up this blue stuff. I can't remember if I set it to be indestructible, but maybe I shouldn't. Oh yeah. We. Take a goat chop back for the boss man. Hang on, all that treasure was exploding above me. Sound effects. Mostly handmade, so I'll show you how I do them in a second actually, and then I'll finish up the stream, because oh yeah, we got loads that time. So the way I do sound effects, I just found this way quicker than using libraries all the time. So I use a generator for certain things. So I use something like SFXer. It just runs in the browser and lets you really quickly make certain types of sound effects. I know they're kind of more appropriate for like a cartoony game, but they can be a good basis for something, especially with like deep sounds or like more subtle things that are like rumbles and stuff. I use a lot of them, and then there are a lot of sound effects that I do with my mouth. where I open up Audacity and I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, anything that's like a character laughing or something, I would just make the sound myself. Then occasionally I'll download something if I need a specific sound effect, like a ping. But yeah, the mouth going, the scary mouth monster is me. The goat eating things, the eating sound is me. And then there are certain things like the layered on sounds for smashing the jars. That's one long sound effect of someone smashing ceramic that I found and cut it up into small pieces on Audacity. So, yeah, basically I try and make do with sounds that I make from SFXer and sounds with my mouth for as long as I can. And then when there's a high frequency sound, like, and when I say frequency, I mean a sound that occurs very often, like the jars being smashed, then I will go through and find a set of sounds for that. So this was one long take on Free Sound Project of someone just smashing loads and loads of bowls and stuff. And I went through on Audacity and cut it into all these different segments. And then I just randomized which one to play by concatenating sound underscore ceramic with a random number between 1 and 20. And then I get that file for each one. So yeah, there aren't built-in ones on GameMaker. But I find if your workflow for getting sound effects is to go into a sound library and look for every sound, you will take so much longer than if you have a quick way of making a sound, like recording yourself or using a little synthesizer or something. So I would always recommend doing that first, putting a placeholder in, and then coming back to them and either replacing them or layering them later on, because most of the time you need something there to test how the game feels. And if there's an explosion or some sort of impact and it doesn't have any sound effect, it's very hard to actually test that feature and see what the game feels like if you don't have any sound. But if you insist on trying to get the sound perfect before you put it in, then you make the workflow for integrating sound really, really slow. So yeah, I would just do it that way. That's kind of the way that I do it, and I find that to be quite efficient. You just have to remember to go back and replace the goofier ones later on. Right, folks, I am gonna log off because this one has been going on for 4 hours and I've got a cold and I need to take some rest. But thank you all for joining today. And if you want to check out GameMaker, please do. There is a link on the description of this video or stream that you can use if you want to go and check it out and you haven't used it before. I'm pretty agnostic about what game engines people use. I play dozens of games sent to me every month by folks on this channel, and ultimately it comes down to finding which engine you are good at using and enjoy using. But I would always recommend this as a starter engine because you can do so much in the engine without leaving it. I really, really like having a sprite editor in the IDE. I would really struggle to make 2D games if I had to go and use GIMP or Sprite every time I wanted to make an edit. So thank you all for popping in and see you again soon.